Alrighty. Normally I'd sit around and wait, but I've got a whole lot of shipping to refit. Why is the upkeep bad again? I think someone must be blocking it, yeah. Meanwhile, this is finally profitable. It also grows slowly, so slowly. They really do, but to be well, do you think it'd be weird? Like colonies should probably be growing faster because there's more bodies to fill out. But again, also the scaling. Usually, the main problem with population is that you need to get population before your population explodes. Also, hello, Stingray Joe. Hello, friends. The fleet is restored. Oh, I need to get the crew first. Because this was all supposed to be... Okay, okay, that's good to know. Get the crew first and then grab everything, or else your fucking combat readiness is going to drop. That's a whole shit ton of supply I can't afford. Oh. Huh. That's 2 for 2. I am not doing so hot today. The other problem with, my high hazard colony growing so low is also the fact of it takes up so much money until it grows. Once it grows, I don't ever have to pay that again, but until it happens, I'm just staring at it going, money's bleeding out of my pockets. Okay. Just make sure I don't fuck up the combat readiness of my ships this time about. Bring back the ships. Alright, gotta reassign all my officers again. Get the armor tank on there. Guys, auto-assign all my idle officers. Sounds about right. let's equip these things with all sorts of guns. These come preset with thermal pulse. Oh, and those D mods are going to need to go at some point. Heavy Needler, what are thermal pulses? They are equally effective. I actually think I want a flat cannon up front. Just for the purposes of AA coming in on the front. Two hyper velocities. What large guns do I have? The Gauss cannon seems to be the biggest bang, but I don't want that, so I'll go with 2 Mjolnirs. Two heavy machine guns to keep those sides protected. Two point guns. I guess 2 heavy needlers in the back. Two not light needlers on the side. I really should figure out what to do with the 4 missile points. Honestly, put a big old Gauss cannon on that thing. Full suite of long-range support missiles. Honestly, I'll build in its heavy armor just to reduce a whole shit ton of load. Which allows me to put 2 heavy needlers on this thing. Light assault guns for close range combat. And this thing is a miniature icon of death. Well balanced to support before making the main assault, and then ripping people apart. Advanced gyro so that it can actually land on target. And then it will vent quite nicely. It came with an enhanced deck crew. We want to take advantage of those large missile points. I guess first things first. 2 squads of daggers, an assault fighter, and then longbow kinetics. These are point defense guns. Honestly, the ship looks pretty okay other than maybe upgrading some of its fighters. Honestly, I might just get that thing more vent. Next is the Onslaught old version. The assault chain guns can be switched out to either an anti-armor mauler or hypervelocity driver. I still want plume launchers because those are just useful for a long range support. Think I build in those bulkheads now just to keep this thing fighting for as long as possible. To put in 2 hypervelocity drivers. Big ass Gauss cannon. Two heavy maulers. Yeah, that looks fine to me, honestly. Alright, ooh, another asbestos gun. Not bad. What do I got for missile launchers? Two Squall. Missile launchers. Load up with 4 Mjolnir cannons. With 2 heavy autocannon supplements. Two Sabo missile pods. Load up on burst personal defense lasers. Two ion cannons. Two heavy blasters. All right, what do you need help with, Sholo? Also, welcome, welcome. Please state the nature of your emergency. Ah, a diplomacy problem, I see. Well, the first things first is determine who's a friend and who's not. Once you figure that out, you know who to blow up. I'm sorry, sir. There's nothing more I can do for you. Oh, they're both the same. Then yeah, targeting core. know what? I'll put on phase lances instead. That allows me to get more vents. That looks good. Apogee, tactical lasers. I feel these are very undervented. It feels like they focus more on vents than capacitors. So I should probably follow that example. That's been working out fine, honestly. Take off my hurricane for a moment. That only has 20 charges. It feels fine enough, honestly, without a specific meme that I want to do. That works, I guess. Herons. Now these are armed with burst point defense lasers, broadsword heavy fighters, a hyper velocity driver, graviton beam, ion beam, heavy mortars. Can I do anything about that? I should really see about maybe doing something. Yeah, like get rid of those mining lasers. They're bad. Eventually, you just get to the point you don't understand what you've done. And that's fine. That's okay. Sometimes you just need to embrace madness. Oh, you know, just casually some black hole launchers. It's fine. Annihilator rocket pods. Oh, these can fit medium slots, then. We should absolutely do something about that. There we go. High intensity laser, antimatter blasters, locust launcher. Yeah, she's equipped much differently than mine. Hammerhead. Needlers, mortar packages. 2 harpoon MRM launchers. Yeah, looks fine. Put you for close support. Rain of spears. Oh, turn off the put on the safety overrides. Are you fucking kidding me? Get that thing downstairs. So now the fleet is armed like it's goddamn insane. Take some end of month costs. Get some spare crew in here. Bring this all back to the inner sphere. I've never seen the Manticore before. You know, before I head back to the inner sphere, I should probably get myself a paycheck, because I just tapped my colonies hard. Yeah. I need something to pay for the expenses. I can feel the speed difference already. Oh, where's the bounty for that? Not terribly far away, as it turns out. Yeah, it is kind of a little wacky to, you know, imagine that you've basically got a gun the size of a ship on your ship. Or rather, the gun is as big as the fucking thing. So he is a barren world in a system with a yellow primary star. There stands a very good chance that he's right here. Where's the barren world? Ah, over here. He does not appear to be in this one. That is a smidge unfortunate. I also wasted a whole bunch of time here. Where is the radar scan? Oh, there's a whole lot of things going on here. Because it's a bunch of scavengers. Understandable. Bless their little hearts. Well, there's only one other ship here in the lineup, so... in we go. I've come to enact terrible amounts of violence upon you. When you get to the next life, tell him it was Titan Moss that sent you. Deploy like cavalry. Deploying ships. Well, I can't bring in my big guns. I may as well bring in some more support. Here comes the lance. Beautiful. That falcon just ripped them apart. He's probably not making it out. I saw that spark out. Damn. They're keeping them penned in pretty good over there. You can start pulling back then. Don't think she's gonna make it, which is pretty standard for a Fury class. Please limit one per custom. Okay. You cheeky bastards. That is an absolute cheek moment. Oh, yeah, you're not about to have a good time, buddy. That's a whole lot of pain that you're eating. We're done here. Oh, damn. We flagged their entire fleet. Like, that's a wow moment. I was tempted to grab the elite heavy cruiser, but you know what? I think I'll stick to my own line of ships. I already got more than enough firepower. Bounty complete. Let's actually get on with our job. And yet I still want to dunk on those Luddites. Yet there's no real way of getting back to the inner sphere quickly. Why is my fleet going so slow? I have sustained burn on. Why am I going so slow all of a sudden? I should be going at 16 at worst. Also, hi, Rat. And you're indulging in your addictions. I know exactly what you're doing. I used to do that. There we go. That was a little weird. I was in a nebula for a bit, but I was actually walking off that nebula. But no, I was no longer holding down S at that point. Slipstreams are interesting, but kind of seem a little inconvenient to me, honestly. Oof. Yeah, they kind of just seem to be in the way more so than anything else. Okay, so just to check. So they could be in any one of these points then. Yeah, 3 stars. And what do you mean by shunt? Ah, there's the base. Very well hidden away. Don't mind me. Oh, wait, shit, that's domain. I think. No, that's not domain. Now that's quite the fleet. I'd love to tackle that before I dive in, not after. Here's a big blob of metal, sirs. Now, I'll move into engage. You know, I will take the full measure of your fleet and bring out my capitals. I see, as you will, that you wish to fuck with us. Given that there are no objectives for this fight, I am bringing out the heavy cavalry. I'm sure it'll be fine. Call back when you get like 300 mods there, Joe. Then you know true suffering. He says, having done that for streams on XCOM 2. Ooh, that was some carnage right there. The Jihad. death. Yeah, I took a direct front missile barrage starting off with, so unfortunately I am walking off some hurt. The rest of the fleet is perfectly fine. What are you talking about? Having 20 different factions all doing independent actions and having to make checks against each other and constantly having to cycle potential inevitabilities that they're going to do? That doesn't do anything at all. You're silly. You're silly. Look, if I can't cook an egg on my fucking PCU, then something is wrong here. All ships eliminated. Send in my wolf pack and my fury. If I really want Luddite ships, now would be a good time, but no thank you. Hello, mi amigos. I mean, no offense, but unfortunately, your station was worth a lot of money. Like, wow, the money was real. Oh, huh. They're actually wanting to properly engage us for this one. Okay. That should be about appropriate for a deployment size. You know what? I'll also bring some wolf pack in here. Hello, aggressive officer. Now, are they all dead? Yeah, basically. So long, and thanks for all the gas. Okay, where next? Oof, he's got 14s on him. I want that, but I'm not going to get over there in time. I also have, important business to get on with. So away we go. Try to get out of the Corona's eye. Break this sucker for salvage. Because that's not domain era, therefore I don't have to care. You don't break domain era stuff because you can't replace it. And unlike in Battletech, I'm not interested in blowing up all the old technology because everyone who knows how to do math is currently not available to replace it. I mean, consider the following. You are good at math because you're adding... You can count the amount of factions you're adding constantly. Ah, you silly bean. It's obviously 1. We're base 9, right? Krios! He lives. I know, Chris. That checks out to me. Yeah, understandably so. Ah, yes. Forever here, forever watching. I am sure that can't go wrong whatsoever. Hey, Krios, look, it's something for you to do. Thank you, Krios. Hey, look, more pirates. This proceeded to not go very well for them. I already know converted blueprint hangar, but hey, you know, salvage is nice. The heavy industry is completed, and we went from a 60K deficit to, holy God, we are now down to only 5K from the exports. Oh, good God, the exports. Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. Yeah, this became a Forge World officially. Ah, that is a beautiful amount of things that we are now exporting. Best part, I almost don't have to pay the hazard pay anymore. Because this is a fully established place. And that should in turn also make my my overhead costs over on my homeworld a bit cheaper too, because now we can just import heavy machinery. Yeah, we're just importing everything now. 60K in deficit to 5K in deficit. Orbital works. Yeah, we want that thing to be better. I could find some way of further refining its needs. It's a little weird. Get some lighter ships into the gantry. I mean, there's not too much weird about having it on a lava world. Lava worlds are full of delicious metal. And it's constantly having tectonic volcanic activity, so more metal will naturally produce just by the natural course of the planet's life cycle. It's dangerous, but you want that volcanic activity. Pull it back a bit before pushing in. Yeah, I think we call the win here once the heat blows up. Get some of my faster strike cruisers on that. Hello, friends. You have made a series of bad life choices recently, and I'm only going to emphasize how bad they were. Please do not resist. Please do not hold me accountable for your bad decisions. I'm just here to pay the bills. And if the bills happen to be on the backs of your happens to be on your backs, like crush you into space dust, then unfortunately that's just how it has to be. It's nothing personal. You shouldn't have been an asshole. Wolfhound would just get out of the way. Could dump attack lance on it. Okay, that's obviously lost. Oof, almost got him. Not a hard bag, but definitely a pretty nasty hit on that dude. Which then he died anyway, so whatever. Oh, I did not notice that burnout. Oh, that is a problem. That's why we have armor everywhere. Let's give it another... The pirate ship names are actually just awesome, honestly. All right, one of my hounds got geeked. Yeah, they better have paid me bricks for the amount of just clutch I came in for them. I think I'm actually basically maxed out with them at this point. You know some Persian League leaders personally. You may receive trade concessions and access to high-quality ships and munitions. Too bad I don't have a commission. Oh! Oh, that's a lot of them. Hmm. Now, the good news is all their shit's fragile. Bad news is I have very limited ammunition piles. Like, missiles are good to, you know, drop a fool. And their stuff may suck, but when there's a billion of them and only one of me, that's not a guaranteed win there. Only 20? What restraint? Alright, now I can pull out something a little bit more substantial. Being willing to line push is a very dangerous profession here. But it's also the one we need. Oh, wow, the enemy broke. To be fair, how much metal's on the board that they've lost? Rapid fire? And are continuing to lose? Alright, all enemies are currently eliminated for the time being. Good God, sir! That is 6, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42... Like, what? 44 kills right there. Yeah, bada boom. That is so many dead pirates. You know, one more fleet for the road. Not in the best of condition, but I should be able to sustain this fight pretty easily. I know I have them outgunned heavily. Just a matter of getting in there and crushing them with what force is needed to end this quickly and decisively. Oh, there goes one of my wolfies. That's not so great. Having fun with the burnout. Yeah, when there isn't a million things I need to kill, turns out I can focus fire pretty damn good. Alright, I think they're all dead. Get back my wolfhounds. Now I need to actually go and do my job with the giant pile of gas that I just got from, murdering an entire legion of pirates by myself. Oh, they're refusing me. Oh, Alright, so what do we got for bits? Oh. So, pretty standard bar dialogue. As your gaze begins to skim the crowd for potential jobs, a man in a spotless Tritachyon executive attire insulates themselves in front of you. Captain, we are so pleased that you've chosen to visit this franchise. The Tritachyon Corporation values your contribution to the local economy. He smiles perfectly as you realize that your hand is being shaken. If we may sit over there, I'd like to discuss a special matter. Company business. Okay. You idly tap a pricey drink from the menu and it appears before you within seconds. Noticing your surprise, the agent explained. Each customer builds a tri-taste profile as they enjoy our products. Correlating purchase history with time of day and certain psychological signifiers allows... He raises his hands apologetically. I get carried away sometimes. It's my passion for customer satisfaction. You understand what's being said. We're watching you. We're here to talk about your business. The agent's hand gently points at you without otherwise moving. Not mine. What business might that be? There was an incident recently. The Aslan relay was compromised. Very embarrassing for Hedgecom. With what a history of such incidents. With embarrassment comes a propensity for overreaction. Of conclusion leapt on based on long-held biases against Tritachyon Corporation. Now, we consider the unpleasantness of the AI wars water under the bridge. After all, there's business to be done. The agent's smile disappears and his tone goes cold. Our shareholders have much to lose. We cannot allow tensions to be inflamed by adventurism. His eyes narrow. Nor do I expect the current province of Galatea to last long at our post. Give some thought for who you choose to do business with. Are you making me an offer? For a few long seconds, no response. The agent's smile appears again. I am pleased to hear that you're receptive to the suggestion, he says, then stands. The company would be in contact, I'm sure. Thank you for your time, Captain. I'm certain you will continue to I am certain you will continue to respect the business-friendly environment we cultivate in Tritachyon space and beyond. The Tritachyon agent disappears into some shadow. You look back at your untouched drink. A bubble breaks onto the surface. You stand from the table, drink untouched. The Tritachyon agent eyes track you. No smile now. You get the tingle on the back of your neck as you leave. Anyway, Ryan Arroyo. This better be good. Ryan Arroyo looks you over disapprovingly. Remind me to take you shopping for a proper suit. I know a guy who can do wonders. Ask for help on getting info for Khalees Astradia. Is that you asking, or Provis Bard? He says in a tone that thinks it's Bard. Doesn't matter. He slaps a hand on his desk and looks away, chewing on the problem. So, Tritachyon employee. It's not terribly hard to price data out of HR, to say nothing of franchise polity, muni services. If you know who to ask and how. He manages a half smile. And you're me. He then turns back to face you. After taking some real heat from the last misbegotten crashdown of an operation you pulled, I'm going to need a little favor before I help you help a bard. What kind of favor? It's a gift, is what it is, he says. Dead easy. I just need someone else to do it. Here. Arroyo taps a key and a data transfer interface overlays your comm view. He's sending an archive containing a series of comms readings. This is a series of fake comm messages in which some leaky subcontractor proves I was part of the conspiracy to hack the hegemony data relay in Aslan. Take this to someone, I don't care who, someone semi-important in some pirate organization or another. Try Dawn or go to Quarus in the Yama system, doesn't matter. Have them blackmail me with these messages. You want my help to run a convoluted disinformation campaign. Exactly, Arroyo grins, and says it'll be fun. Look, they're bad fakes. I spoofed a contact ID and bid low on this junk. Didn't even send the final payment. Hegemony spies and Tritachyon partner relations are already sniffing after me. So if it looks like a junior exec vulture smelled blood and was coming after my operations by manufacturing dirt, well, it raises some questions about the veracity of the entire accusation. Doesn't matter how flimsy my PR team gets an angle to work. You see? This seems unlikely to work. Doesn't matter. I'm creating an information environment my people can work with. So the messier, the better. So, he says, tapping a few keys on his desk console, you have the files. Go and find a pirate who will try and exploit me for all I'm worth. How about some credits to help this job along? Arroyo barks a laugh. After what Gargoyle chiseled me for on your behalf, not happening. Goodbye, Captain. I'll have some Astaria files for you after some cockroach-eating brigand shows up on my comm trying to blackmail me. He disconnects the feed, leaving you with a spinning Tritachyon franchise logo. They got anything for sale? Not really. Though they do have a phase cruiser, which looks pretty cool. I could also destroy this. Why would I do that? I know you can do that to deny the enemy, but that just seems like a waste. Ah, yes, I'm going to destroy a miracle of the sector. That seems like a good idea. Let you build Radiant. I am having a brainlet moment and not realizing what Radiant is off the top of my head. Yeah, I need to turn on the comms. Oh god, that sounds nasty. I want one now. 5 Tachyon Lances. Holy hell. So you're having a problem with your deficiency, yeah. Sell off my metal. I honestly don't need that many guns. I have a feeling I'm about to... Yeah, 45 models of the same fucking gun. Holy hell. Seems they're lacking a whole lot here. It indeed sounds like it's gonna be a good time. I do wish you well with luck with your endeavors. Nah, I have to spend a story point for that. That's not worth it. Surely there must be over 100 mods to install. Surely. Just, only a full gig. It's fun. Oh, wait. There we go. Man, a cheap business suit. Maybe I have to talk to the war boss. Comms open. State your request. Offer to sell Royo's fake blackmail material. You pitch the material to the pirate, a series of recorded comm calls between Ryan Arroyo and various parties settling up and carrying a job to hack out the Aslan relay. The hegemony would pay well for this, or someone well positioned in Tritachyon. Why not dream big? Why not sell to both? As the pirate considers your offer, and you can see the logic of the situation working across his face. I'm going to make you an offer, he says, a menacing smile growing on his face. Transmit everything you've got now, or I will have my gang blow you out of the sky. You pull out a personal data pad. Oh god, 1,000,000 bonus experience. Explain that you can simply activate the EMP device attached to the memory core housing the blackmail data, and they'll have no opportunity to blackmail anyone. In fact, you can spread word of their treachery in this matter. And how many opportunities would mutual profit show up in their orbit? The pirate leans back and tries to give you a knowing smile. Say no more. I can see that you are, like me, an intelligent operator. My threat was simply a ruse to see if you were serious about this business, he says. And, congrats, you passed, he says, recovering his composure. You see before you someone who also knows all about business. I'm going to make you an offer, and you're going to take it because... The pirate rambles, explaining why you won't find anyone else willing or indeed able to put your offering to best use. It's not a very good pitch. You wait for the right moment, then cut through the posturing like a sabot core through a flux shield envelope, arguing for the pirate into a price of 45,000 credits for the fake blackmail material. By Lud's commode, yes, I get it, he says, finally wiping the sweat from his brow. I accept your price, transferring credits. With the data transfer complete, you watch as the pirate browses the blackmail material on his datapad with a hungry look on his face. This is... oh yes, very good. Wait till they see. It'll be... He seems to notice you again. I believe we made a fine deal, Captain. Let's never speak of this again, yes? Terrell Plunder shuts off the comm link, mercifully. Hey, Heighton, how's it going? Thank you, full cargo bay. Perfect. The place I need to go to actually has a deficiency right now. The money continues to flow freely. Need to head to Colon first. The amount of it's not my fucking problem if I go through their black market. I'll say those are some big bounties going out. Really? Tritax having an issue with me? I just want to engage in free capitalism, you idiots. Yeah, no, this place is watched for some reason. Wait, what do you mean I'm over cargo capacity? No, I'm not. I just want to make a little money, lads. Come on. Don't you support free economics? Y'all are traitors to capitalism. You really are just a bunch of traitors to capitalism. I am here to fix your deficiency, and you won't let me. I'm not trying to plant a bomb, I just want some money. You might have to wait a hot minute for it to process everything. There we go. It only took a hot minute to get that done. You see, the crashing part is the bad part. Just drifting through the cosmos. Okay, you got me, Tri-Tac. So where's the independent world here? Oh, there's Cephlin. You know what? I'm willing to upgrade that. All right. My two worlds are actually very nicely coming together. And you almost have the best ships that you can get your hands on. So off the foodstuffs. Anything else they want? Not really. That's actually a lot of money that he's willing to give over for that, but you know what? Nah. I actually should get to Ziggurat at this point. I've got enough money to make ends meet, I'm pretty sure on that. What's my budget looking like? Yeah, the second I stop paying for hazard pay is the second I actually manage to start making profit on those colonies. Which is a little silly, but we take those. Arroyo seems genuinely amused when he answers the comms. Ah, Captain, my ruthless blackmailer returns. He pauses for a moment, then chuckles to himself while scrolling through a data pad. You should see the things they're saying about me. You think they caught me on a holo in the High Hegemon's private quarters having a... He looks up. Business. Yes, of course. He tosses the data pad to the side. You wanted the file on Khalees Astaria. He grins. I didn't even have to bribe the admin at the Kulim Starforge for this. Would you believe that we worked together a few cycles ago? There's a story there, but let me tell you about your weapons engineer. Arroyo takes a distant look at a cyber-og interfacing with the hypernet. With a nod, Arroyo summons a personnel file to overlay your comms link, summarizing the life and career of Khalees Astaria. A bit of an eccentric Khalees, Arroyo says, but you can get the details later on. Relevant bit is here. Looks like she was contracting on the side for a Tritech Black project. One of them anyway. And she was asked to go on site full time. Left a convincing resignation and booked a starship. The Hatamatsu, Venture class. That one's made more than a few trips out of the core worlds, scavenging, special ops. A few jobs with the company here and there. Can you tell me more about the Hatamatsu? Hamamatsu, yeah. Let's see. Looks like Astaria requested special modifications. Arroyo raises an eyebrow. Expensive ones. I'm guessing some of this is a little extra to keep things quiet. No specs on the modifications, however lazy work by whomever was doing this data gathering. Looks like the ship left the Hebrasal system and turned its transponder off sometime before jumping out. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but... Arroyo considers a moment, then pages the file ahead. But what? They didn't want to be followed, says Arroyo, looking somewhere off comms. I'd assume the flight plan log with the Port Authority is worthless. Someone has to know something, though. Data scrolls on his desk display. The Hamatsu is owned by one Callisto Ibrahim. He looks up at you. Heard of her? No, bit of a reputation. My former partner hired her once a while back. She lied up and down her credentials, he shrugs. But it worked out. Respect the con. Anyway, she's operating a few small fleets out of the Argus in the Arcadia system these days. Arroyo's eye twitches in a certain way and the display records disappear. Well, Captain, that was fun. I forwarded the files. If I were you, I'd try to get some information out of Ibrahim. She seems like someone who knows how to do business if the pay is right. Arroyo sits back. No, I have a reputation to obscure, if you don't mind. Good luck finding your engineer. Remember, I don't want to hear any more about this. The last thing I need is to get some company director on my case because you're stepping on their pet black project. With that, he terminates the link, leaving you with the spinning Tritachyon logo. And away we go to Arcadia. It was surely indeed a good idea to install enough mods to blot out the sun. It just means you're going to have a very diverse galaxy portfolio and never ever have a consistent fleet. It's a rainbow of variety. Huh. Ludex. Okay, what's your issue? Wait, it's the church. The comms flicker and stabilize. The serious face of a Ludic knight appears before you, dotted by hollow snow. You are here as Brother Cotton foretold, she says. I meet you, Captain. In my right hand I hold the hammer of Lud, in my left hand I wield the sword. Will you repent and turn from the path of evil to follow the blessed path of Lud? There seems to be some barely restrained expectation behind her words, a slow anger distilled over years into a force more pure by far. Do I know you? Your worship of the twin evils Moloch and Haman is not unseen by the path. A wheeled eye spins, and it is fiery, it is filled with judgment. Now that the servants of Moloch can be bought, you consort with betrayers. Those with no faith in their heart will sell their erstwhile comrades. Do you think Tritachyon only provides information to your ilk? They know no loyalty but that of bloodied silver. I'm good, but thank you. Your comm officer snaps the holofeed off, the knight's face hanging like a specter in the air, for just a moment of bluish afterimage. Your bridge crew coordinates your fleet's muster to combat-ready status. Jesus, they brought 3 fucking legions. Okay. They're not fucking around. All I'm gonna ask is who pissed in their porridge? Maybe only a bit. Also, welcome, Aki. Welcome, welcome. Doesn't look like I'll be able to get another capital out, so I may as well get more firepower out. That is a whole lot of boom. All in my capital and my heron. Oh, I did not realize my attack lance turned off. Like we got some trouble coming in right. You may get an answer. I am going to guess 26. Oh, actually, that's not very effective against my armor. Very nice. That's what I was hoping to avoid. Oh, those are torps. Oh, ow. Holy shit, he went deep. Yeah, I'm not making it out of this one. That's a boom. Maybe less mods, debatably? Very nice. It's just cleanup at this point. Yeah, that's just hull damage at that point. Oof. They are getting pulped. Like, I'm glad that, my flagship, holding them off that long finally got everyone's act together. All ships are effectively taken care of. Oh, Jesus, they still have people in the back. Okay. Get my ships back. No Legion survived that. The Ludic Church is a little mad at me for that one. Oh, boo-hoo. Not my problem. They jumped me. Anyway, I'm supposed to head over to Argius, so actually right next door. Very nice. Hello, this is Callisto Ibrahim of Ibrahim Transstellar Transport and Salvage. She frowns and looks you over, assessing. If you're looking for work, I've got all the pilots I need right now, but I can take your comms ID in case something comes up. I ask about the Hamatsu. She narrows her eyes. This is about Kalisa Australia. It is, isn't it? It is. Don't even get me started, Ibrahim Sieves. She chartered my ship for some hush-hush salvage operation, supposedly. She stresses that word with disbelief. And she comes in demanding highly unusual modifications and potentially dangerous hyperdrive field interactions. Well, I got her to throw a fair chunk of hazard pay, a rush fee, and a bit more to keep quiet about it like she wanted. You don't sound very quiet. Yeah, she scowls, because disappearing with my favorite starship is a pretty big breach of contract. I'll tell whomever I damn well please. For all I know, she ran my Hamatsu into a black hole in some tritachyon boondoggle search for a more efficient drive field to license back to us poor spacers just trying to get by. Ibrahim takes a couple deep breaths, then turns to you, a little calmer. What's your interest in all this? I need to find out where Kalisa Strata went. I'll tell you what, I want to find her too. There's something in it for you, if you can tell me anything to go on. I'd go looking myself, but Ibrahim waves a hand through the air. Business, bureaucracy, other commitments. Better yet, find the Hamatsu and bring it back to me. She closes her eyes, looking pained. In one piece, I hope. I've got a lot of memories in that old piece of space junk. Let me get you started. My captain on the Hamatsu sent an encrypted flight plan before they left space dock after finishing the modifications. She taps a desk console. A hyperspace nav relay overlay appears. Habrazel is here. The Hamatsu fueled up and plan to go to the Gamma Ming Dadi. Whether they made it, I don't know. Outer systems, no hypercom coverage. They could have changed course. That rad-addled Tritac engineer was tight-lipped about her intentions and ensured that the contract had my captain bound to follow changes in flight plan by her order. Abraham swipes the display away and is replaced by a schematic of the Hamatsu, with certain additions to the drive field inductors highlighted. These are the modifications she had done. If we agree that you'll find the Hamatsu for me, Captain. She looks to you, waiting for an answer. I'll find it. Abraham nods, frowning. It would mean a lot. She returns her focus to the schematic, zooming in. I've had my techs take a look. It seems to be an addition, an enhancement to the drive field. Press a button, it pumps in a lot of energy all at once, pushes the envelope into a strange harmonic. Theoretically, it won't do anything hazardous to the ship, but messing with the default settings of the hyperdrive is never a good way to stay in this business. Or alive. Ibrahim shakes her head. I figured, try Tachyon engineer. Maybe she knows what she's doing and I could get a cut in on it. What a fool I was. Anyway, I've sent you the schematics in case it helps with the search. That's all I have, Captain, she says, not hopeful, but not resigned. All I can say is burn hard, burn bright. Oh, fuck me. We gotta get all the way over there. Boy, oh boy. So I was only off by half. Your CPU's in danger. Bounties. More bounties. What, you'll just embrace madness? Embrace the demon that you've become? Nah, that can't be bad, right? It's just an English exam. Anyway, time to sidetrack again. Near a barren world. Because I need money to, you know, keep my expense account going. So I have to go blow up something before I go to Project Ziggurat. You know what? Sure. Curiosity kills the cat. You know what? Looking at my time. You know what? Never mind. Are there any bounties along that way? There is exactly one bounty with a bunch of conquests. I've got a Discord down below. I forget where the exact link is, but you know what? Here you go. Never mind, you found it. Just throw it in miscellaneous games. Hey, the church and the league actually got on again. Good job. Now you can go around being Luddites. Okay, so red supergiant Baron, I believe? Yeah, this is the right place. Let's get our paycheck. Is he chilling by the... No, wait, that's gotta be a cargo container. There's also another barren world to the south. Very, very, very rude. It's probably an equipment cache of some kind. Or that's a salvage field. Very likely a salvage field. Oh, they're all barren worlds. Oh, that is incredibly rude. Dollars to donuts, this is the right system. I just need to find where he is. There you are. I challenge you, sir. That I did. I'll take this one. I'm playing Vanilla Stormbreaker. Also, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Basically just polishing off the main story. Or would, but, you know, colonies and money and supplying a big fleet. Where you fight to live and you live to fight. This used to be an exploration mission. Alright, so the main problem is he's got a shit ton of conquests. And those will dock a very good. I think he's got some Gauss guns on that thing. Or she does. May as well get in the reinforcements before I'm not allowed to get any more in. You're having a flame out, so you're dead. He is not maneuvering that conquest very well. Fortunately, I think I just took a massive anti-armor payload, so we're gonna vent that. Ah, my lance is still down. That's not good. Oh, God, it hurts. Yeah, the Conquest just does not have good armor shape. Whoa, that's a missile massacre. Thankfully, that's my missile massacre. Need to vent, need to vent. He's out of action. Beautiful. You're gone. His entire weapons profile is gone. That's death. They're gone. Oh, you can turn off the whiteouts? First of all, I'm sorry for just repeatedly flash banging your Coronas. The Corona, the fucking words. I'm trying to be overly fancy. Anyway, hello, Alexander. Probably would be good to turn those off. Oh, I can't turn them off. Is that not a setting? Ah. That's a little obnoxious. Mark him as the target. Nah, I don't think I need a screenshot of all the factions. Also, you are somehow still alive. What the hell? That thing is a tanky fucking gunship. Goddamn. He's gone. Did I get my main guy? Yes, I did, so let him go. Yoink. That's the paycheck. That'll keep everything running. Just scrap it all, honestly. And there's the bills. Oh, God, there's... Oh, wait, no, there's one mentioned by name. And away we go. Nah, this is vanilla. Wanted to get to know the game because it's been a while. Ah, yes, the slipstream, still completely unhelpful in this moment. So now I just need to try and emergency burn through this thing. It's like wading through a pile of muck. Clearly the solution is to hook up more potatoes. If you have the processing power of 3 potatoes compared to 1 potato, you'll be able to actually run a mod. Now, the primary mod next should be able to run on most things, right? It's not that cumbersome on CPU. I mean, okay, sure. Okay, Gamma Ming Dottie. That is quite a fleet. That's a lot of story mods on those ships. Okay. That's a lot of phase class frigates. I don't see the primary one we're looking for in here. The comms open and you are faced with a dead-eyed mercenary captain. Captain, she says, you've been looking in places that you should not be looking, talking to people you should not be talking to, asking questions you should not be asking. Your death will be a lesson for others. She moves with unconcerned deliberation to switch off the comms. Wait, who you working for? The merc pauses at your words, and you can see a wave of consternation pass over her face at your lack of understanding. She reproaches you. The company, of course, the only one that matters. Tritachyon, naturally. Alright. Let's take him out. Also, welcome, King Jinx. bring out my line ships. Now I can actually bring out my ship. You are not combat ready. Okay. It's burning into my cornea. My eyes, they flash. The phase class frigates don't seem so bad. You just gotta keep pressure on them. If they're allowed to control... They seem like a good support fleet, but as a primary battle force, they suck. Amplified entropy? Nah, the Fury being destroyed is nothing new. Let me guess, because they're too slow to actually keep up. I will say, they have some kind of weird weapon that's hitting me through the shield, and that's a smidge annoying. Oh yeah, no, spy sats are just awful. Also, welcome, Greywind. I'm always happy to share around, you know, some Starsector, because it's good stuff. Also sharing around the freebie code that goes around, because, you know, African Warlord. Hey, Satori. Think that's everyone blown? Yeah, everyone's up. There's one person. This is indeed vanilla. Was getting a feel for the new update and all that. I think the last time I played was a couple of years ago, and I know a lot changes over the years. Good enough for the win, honestly. Actually, Yeah, you know what? I'm cool to just call that a win. Ah, they lost all their story mods. But I will take a Doom Frigate, why not? Nah, that's good. One Doom Frigate's fine to take. Also, TriTac continues to not like me. Boo-hoo. Well, we're definitely in the right place for where we need to be. Synchrotron Core? A specialized nanoforge loaded with firmware and seed nanotech to build itself out of a synchrotron that allows industrial scale antimatter production. Basically has to be stuck in a gas giant, but nice. We take those. I mean, I imagine it's still just useful. I mean, imagine getting a fuel plant up. Just add +3 fuel. That's bonkers. I mean, it's the same thing I've got going on with, what is it? Like, this farming world, this agri world holds up pretty much because of soil nanites, which are great. Yeah, the only thing they'll have good as an export is the damn lobsters. And even then, just rob them of their lobsters. I actually have some refinery stuff for that, but unfortunately I can't use it because it's a no atmosphere. But I do have a mantle bore. Captain, there's something you should see. Your sensors officers call to attention to their display. Zoom to a portion of the planet's surface. Well, first, I'm going to save the game because I haven't done that for a while. Then I'm going to scan the planet, and it's irradiated as piss. And now, here, and here. Fusion Scorch. Says heavy lifters, a big operation. But why? There's no settlement, no facilities, no mining, except they pull up the visualization of a graduated radar scan of the vast slope of Scree Adjutant to the lifter's Scorch. Surface's sharp fragments, even distribution gradient, suggest intentional demolition debris, and recent. And, with a smile, then it gets good. The view is overlaid with a deep radar scan. The shapes are blurry, but there are distinct rectilinear forms beneath the debris. Your sensors officer sits back, and without a little pride says, I say someone's hiding something, Captain. Examine the hidden structures. You order the hidden structures investigated. Deep scans are run, and Salvar teams along the heavy equipment are shuttled to the surface, overseen by our ops chief. The digging is easy. Deep scans from orbit direct the work towards the most promising sites. Salvage crews bury through the loose material, shoring up the working face with temporary structural foam. After significant progress is made, your ops chief gives you an overview of the situation. Whoever's covered this place up, they were thorough. Most of what's left are concrete foundations and paving made from local material, a few embedded foam metal slabs with sheared off anchor points, and a smattering of garbage and small cracks and rifts. We can tell it's mostly of recent make, talking decades, not centuries. Probably younger, your op chief explains, waving a four-fingered hand through the display hollow. You can see we excavated the structure with the density anomalies here. They give a bright spot in the display a solid jab. Looks like a few cheap. They give this a bright spot in the display a solid jab. Looks like a cheap crawler drones were left to collect and dump rubbish in a slag pit. Then they drove themselves in before setting off the demo charges on the cliff face. Your ops chief steps back and nods respectively. Pro cleanup, no stray data cores, no shiny baubles. Rarely see anyone putting in this much effort. That's all I got, Captain. Your ops chief gives a gruff salute and leaves you to ponder the diagram of the hidden base wormed now with several barren salvage turrets. Try Tachyon. They can afford to be thorough when they want to be, and they are when it counts. And yeah, I imagine there's a gas world with good volatiles, and I see all the factions there. That is quite a lot of them. Best of luck getting along with them. Hey, ruins. What do we got? Mill-grade sleeper pods means Marines. A whole lot of Marines. Hey, Hegemony Auxiliary Blueprint Package. Too bad I already know that blueprint quite nicely. Is it not a particularly long quest line or something? Ah! Solar Flare is not nice. Not much there, unfortunately, so I'm trying to figure out how do we advance from here. But yeah, is there not much? Oh, probe. Yeah, that'll solve my problem. At first scan, this appears to be a utilitarian probe or instrument platform of a sort used for commercial navigation signaling, staking mining claims, and intra-system comm relays. Closer approach reveals a crumbled mass of stealth cladding torn from the hull and drifting in near orbit. Whoever put this platform here did not want it to be found, but small meteor swarms, or perhaps light weapons fire, thwarted their efforts. Radiation sensors indicate a damaged nuclear battery within. No significant artificial EM activity is apparent. Your bridge display focuses on figures in hard suits deploying from a work drone to swarm the probe, equipment cases, and feed lines trailing. Your operations chief grumbles over the comms, enforcing strict call and response procedure in accordance with safety protocols. Alrighty, best of luck with your test tomorrow there, Shalal, and sleep well. The salvage team soon discovers a non-standard miniaturized hypercommunications relay core at the center of the probe's structure. Your ops chief turns from the console to give you that look that says this salvage job just got a lot more interesting. What have you found, Chief? And yeah, no, I understand that because, like, there's, like, what, 7 factions? Imagine, like, signing on to be a Tritac exec or, a hegemony stooge. Or actually expanding the power of, like, the Syndrons because they've only got one system. Your ops chief leads you to a live compilation of the Salvor's investigation. The hypercom core is formed from a once carefully arranged loops of dense superconducting material, now bent and punctured by small impacts. Its delicate conduits seared by radiation. The sophisticated post-collapse engineering is junked, but its presence indicates the involvement of a major power player in sector politics. On a hunch, you summon schematics of the Galatea Academy probe relays you recovered while searching for silica corrodes. Understanding the implication of your request, your bridge officers pull copies of their personal workstations and begin looking for analogous structures. Within minutes, they come to the conclusion that the architecture is wildly different, though the underlying principles are similar. If I were to guess, espionage got early level specs, then this gadget was developed in parallel, your sensors officer says. Interesting. You nod, then return the bridge display to the external view of the instrument platform. Salvors have reattached shielded equipment cases to cargo drones, their work complete. After the salvage team returns, their attendant cargo drone packed with recovered data cores, your technicians get to work pulling the data from the damaged memory. The results are scrambled, mostly. Your techs managed to find a few archives frozen in unencrypted temporary memory, logistics requests for basic supplies, fuel, construction material typical of remote outposts. Your comm officer proudly presents you with 2 mentions of the surname Astradia in the comms logs, and, even better, the last target of this comlink, a seemingly insignificant point in hyperspace. It looks like she was in the core worlds at the other end of these requests. Your comm officer reports. This confirms that the Black Project was operating in this system, and Khalees Astradia was involved. And what's the destination what of the destination of the Hamatsu and Astaria's current location? All the way back. I wasn't worried about my gas efficiency, not at all. This is true. It means I can go get robbed by the Syndrons again for gas. And yeah, no, like, this playthrough started as an exploration run, so I kind of would have liked to, you know, lean more on that. Though, to be fair, I also did get a lot out of exploration. Like, my 14th Onslaught is a, no, my 14th Legion was a find. Syndra, for some reason, constantly have pirate attacks, and I think the last time I was there, they had 21 per. And that's been a consistent theme. You'd think they would have dealt with it by this point. May as well make as much of that emergency burn as possible. Also, my my homeworlds are down here. Drammer Star and Alnar. I should really see. I should double check to make sure I've got good gas giants nearby. Oh, shift. Oh my god! I never knew that. That would have been really nice a whole long time ago. And now I've got an annoying asshole on my tail. Oh boy. Well, this trip is going to take a while. I'm flipping at the double bird, but it isn't going away. Oh, wait, you can counter-interdict that thing? The more I play, the more I learn. Thank you, lads. Okay, so I'm heading to where? Oh, wait, it's an actual... Oh! It's an actual location. That is subtle. What? Wait, I can okay. I was basically just going the one thing I could think of, maybe. Oh. Hello. Well, we found Alpha Site. You know, just innocent. The main story makes a big deal out of transverse jumping, so I tried that first. The lifeless Hamatsu drifts before your fleet, its broken body sectioned into your bridge display by a variety of sensors. Your tactical officer brings your attention to the unusual distribution of burned patches, as if the Hamatsu was struck by exotic energy weapons from many angles all at once. The initial salvage team sweeps to find all that's left of Khalees Astaria, identified through the biometric data in her Tritachyon personnel record. She is quite deceased. A large cache of credits is found in her quarters in a shielded case. The holds of the Hamatsu are packed with supplies and fuel, much of it recoverable. The law of salvage rules even here. You recall that Callisto Ibrahim mentioned an affinity for the Hamatsu. If you return this leaky tomb of a hull for her, you could expect a reward. Ship captains sometimes get funny ideas about their first real command, but if Ibrahim is willing to pay... If I'm gonna bring it back. Said I would. So this looks like a rainbow world. What are you? The Capital class construct appears to be a phase ship due to presenting features common to the type, though its design is otherwise exotic. There also appears to be small bright EM sources, only partially overlapping the visual spectrum, your sensor officer reports. They periodically appear and dissipate in volumes encompassing the mysterious ship. Your bridge crew murmurs speculation between their stations. A new form of shielding? Microstat thruster bursts? Your sensors officer shakes their head. You order a high-resolution scan to be performed, the raw data placed into secure storage. Your attention strays to the impression of something not unlike distant music insinuates itself into your consciousness, as if a chorus was singing out at some great distance. Their voices brought to you by a chance gust of wind. When you attempt to focus on the music, the impression slips away. You become suddenly aware that your bridge crew is staring expectantly, waiting for your next command. The connection request hangs for some time, then a wave of hollow noise flickers through the main display before generating a series of error codes. Your comm officer works their console in consternation? The soft sounds of the error notifications align it just so, almost forming a melody you must have heard somewhere once. Or perhaps not. You return your attention to the command. No time for daydreaming. Why am I getting Peace Walker? But holy shit is that? Oh, he's fucked. Holy God! What is that thing? Kill him. It also vents flux like crazy. Why the fuck? Get in front of me, dude. Burn out. Punching through these shields ripped me the fuck apart. I still have enough capitals firing on that thing that I'm taking losses, but... We're winning the fight. It's brutal starting off, but yeah. The two onslaughts and my conquests in the way is Ziggurat class. I'm losing my wolf frigate. A final terrific explosion blanks the external visual pickups. A few seconds later, backups are extruded through the hole. Your sensor officer reports in a hushed voice that no escape pods detected leaving the ship at any point. Your fleet approaches a derelict ship. The broken phase vessel, now quite dormant, is drifting through space. Your salvage teams dock shuttles at various entry points along the vessel's massive hull. After a few tense minutes, reports start to come in. The vessel is heavily damaged, though of exotic design, it is theoretically recoverable. Your operations chief reports that for all the fancy hull features, it is clear that the ship requires crew to operate, but there are no traces of crew, not even a single body caught in the battle damage, and the escape pods are all still in their berths. The operation proceeds with telemetry feeds, officer reports, and authorization orders flowing around you. Though the bridge of your flagship, you catch yourself listening for that unheard music in a quiet moment and shake your head. Just as the comm request from your chief officer appears, bringing you back from your reverie. You accept it as a matter of course. Sir, if I understand half these systems, this ship is truly one of a kind, your chief engineer speaks with a genuine excitement. I found a device that appears to generate and control. I'm not sure either that is the right word, really. These swarming motes, the EM anomalies. The device appears to have two stages. The first, as I've described, and what appears to be a later addition, which is unfortunately damaged beyond repair. Judging by the complexity of the components and the bizarre discharge pattern, this is the work of a team of specialists doing bleeding-edge work. It's amazing. A device like this is simply unheard of nowadays, except your engineer looks abashed suddenly. Rumors, people talk. So I'm gonna leave it and fucking no. Give it to me. The chief engineer clears their throat, then continues. I think I can get the main part of this device working again, though I can't claim to understand why it works. Not at all. The ship itself will be fit to fly, too, if we do the usual repairs. Should we proceed with recovery? Problem is, my supplies are not doing too terribly hot. Definitely mothball you. Honestly, mothball you for the moment, and mothball you just to keep supplies down. I have no volatiles, unfortunately. A disposable navigation satellite sent to decaying orbit identifies the radiation-ravaged rock below as Alpha Site. A scan of the surface reveals an expansive research facility spilling out of a mid-sized crater. The shield array apparently failed spectacularly some time ago, leaving the ruins awash in heavy radiation. Any material salvage operation would be unprofitable. However, you might be able to send a salvage team down for a short period to see if any intel can be found about the purpose of this facility. Someone clearly put a lot of resources towards building it in the most inhospitable environment, far from prying eyes. Someone with something valuable to hide. After extensive preparation and reiteration of the hazard pay policy, a volunteer Salvor team is sent down on a heavily shielded shuttle. They land near what appears to be the main entrance and report egress into the facility without difficulty. On a display projected to your flagship bridge, you watch as hard-suited Salvor brushes past the clouded-over sensor unit of a defense turret. It collapses itself into at a mere touch. Anything exposed to the merciless sky is slowly crumbling on the chemical level. It appears that all groundside security systems have been destroyed by radiation. The interior of the facility has been breached, leaving it unpressurized. While the structure's bulk provides some protection, the delicate computer systems are fried beyond repair. No data is recoverable. With no chance of an easy find, the team spreads out for the remaining rad-safe duration to document the facility and see if anything useful can be inferred from the ruin. While exploring, one Salvar enters the quarters of a high-ranking member of the facility staff and discovers the Journal, a physical book bound by natural materials of its presumably deceased occupant. You examine the journal in the quarantine bay. The fine leather cover is discolored, but you can make out the embossed golden leaf tritachyon logo. Your salvage team has already scanned the text without opening the delicate pages of your book. The data has been placed in a secure cache for your review. Scrolling through the virtual pages, you find that the journal appears to hold the private thoughts of Chief Technology Officer of this facility. It begins with vague complaints about being ordered to disregard safety protocols during tests, and frustration with demands made by Khalees Astaria. From what you can understand, this is an effort to establish a hard copy trail in case the blame shifting and record altering, which is a common practice for high-ranking Tritachyon executives involved in failed projects. Concerns about going outside feature prominently in the entries. Understandable given the service conditions, but the increasingly intense obsessiveness with the writing seems to reflect a growing phobia on the part of the author. The remainder of the journal is difficult to read. Most of it in the pages are torn or defaced, leaving a patchy, noisy scan in your display. Little of what's readable is coherent. At the very end, there's one line, written in clear, strong hand. They sing to me. Everything will be all right. Do I have to transverse jump out? I am very concerned about the music. I'll need to remember that exists, because I know I'm going to forget. Okay, so I need to figure out where the hell we're gonna get cheap supplies. Might be Chisimotech. Yep, Chisimotech. Nah, it's all good. People are apparently excited to see what's out there, so hey, I ain't gonna rag too hard. I am an airhead. And true, creepy music can go hard. The music. The worm. Yoink! Sell them back their own blueprint. Metal actually sells for a pretty decent price, so I'll sell it off. Syndra's selling for fucking a lot. Wow. Oh. You begin taking stock of patrons, looking for leads. As you scan the room, suddenly you lock eyes with a man in a hegemony uniform. He raises a hand and holds it close to his chest, points to you while saying something in the uniformed civil control office, saying something to the uniformed civil control officer by his side. Turning to find a path into an inconspicuous exit, you see that more Seacons have appeared. By their posture, you surmise that they are holding small hand weapons on your bodyguards who responded in kind. In the main entrance, you see a flick of targeting lasers shift through near the IR from the silhouette of a light combat exoskeleton. Conversation in the room dies as patrons realize what's happening, leaving only the hollows churning out noise. Time seems to slow as you take in the situation with instincts honed in space combat. Patrons clear out of the bar in remarkably casual manner, heads lowered as if they had simply forgotten an appointment and can't be bothered to finish their drinks. I apologize for this crude posturing, Captain, the hegemony officer says as he approaches. He has a smooth evening-tide academy accent, cream of the crop. Protocol, he says with feigned resignation. You feel the silent mass of Seacon thugs hovering closer behind you. The hegemony officer gives a little stand-down wave. He then says, let's have a sit and have an informal chat. Let's say the hegemony buy you a drink. That would be nice, yes? Seems you have a little choice in the matter. Best play along until you get a read on the situation. The bartender, sweating, places 2 drinks on the table between you and scurries off. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the recent unpleasantness in the Aslan system, yes? Terrible thing, this data breach. Are you a student of history, Captain? It's the sort of thing that starts wars. We very much want to ensure that our investigation is conclusive. We know your fleet was in the vicinity. No. He smiles pleasantly. You're not being accused of anything. I simply want to draw attention to upon your patriotism and report if you saw anything, as any good citizen sure. Patriotism, huh? What's with the goon squad? The hegemony officer produces a fake smile, then speaks an order into his cuff. You notice the CCOM covering the room fall away. You must excuse my department. Some of my associates suggested a different approach to our meeting. We're compromised. He gives you an open look. I argued for an informal chat, Captain. Make me right. Help me help you help the hegemony. Am I under arrest, or can I go? You're not under arrest, citizen, he admits, but the officer's face freezes in slow anger. I just try to make this easy for you. You know, the security of the hegemony ensures the security of the entire sector. To trade freely, to live, to survive. These are easy times compared to what the hegemony has faced in the past. Do not make yourself an enemy here, Captain. The hegemony stands abruptly, bumping the table and spilling some of the undrunk drinks. If my department finds you anywhere near another mysterious incident, I assure you we will not be so lenient. Consider this an official warning. He marches out the front door. The bartender's eyes flick back to you, expressionless. Sorry about that. The bartender slowly shakes their head. Business is ruined for this shift. There's nothing more to say. Dominator heavy cruiser. Getting this back up and running and all of my ships back up and running is going to be expensive. Only 516. That's not bad at all, actually. Still, interesting that there's different dialogue if you got an alpha core. What, does it freak out or something? Does it just lose its shit? Oh, yeah. Given that it was mentioned. A plaque on the bridge declares the ship to be the result of Project Ziggurat. It appears to be built on technology created in a Tritachyon prototype lab unknown to the Persean sector at large. In addition to advanced conventional payload, there are certain one-off components of exotic manufacture. It's possible to reverse engineer undamaged examples and produce replacements, but the underlying operating principles do not resemble any known domain technology and thus remain a mystery. He can make me a Ziggurat. Not Ziggurat, a Paragon. Hey, I like broccoli, so I ain't gonna give him shit for broccoli ship. Okay, I am pretty severely in debt right now. Well, not severely in debt, but I am on the border of a economic collapse. Totally not. The music is lovely. The music is perfect. It is a it is a harmonious choir of which we do not have to concern ourselves with. How do I bring up economic information? Also, you damn right I'm the best producer of foodstuffs. Universal synergy turret. Unfortunately, this thing just has... It has no unique weapons on it, which kind of sucks, but whatever. We're gonna have to make this thing work somehow. But dude... But they're missiles that turn into lasers! Being able to, punch into hyperspace is totally a thing that, we're familiar with. But missiles turning into lasers, that just can't be done. That's just impossible. That ruins my space immersion. I mean, considering the speeds they were jutting around at, makes sense to me. Get in close, rip them apart. Ooh, Twitch is giving me a bit of a fun moment here. Yeah, no, Ziggurat's beautiful. Ziggurat is great. Bless the Ziggurat. Okay, we're back on track. Thanks, Twitch. God damn it. I actually haven't run into Doritos. Just steal away my volatiles.